And they're off. From the outside, there's I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Along the inside, Honest Banker rushes up, and now Honest Banker and Emmanuel De Diego take over. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me second. A length and a half back to Dorth's Old Dancer, who's third. Riding the rails in fourth is Martini's Bank, who just moved into third. The two at the back are Wait, Don't Tell Me, and Kaz Music. Up front, Honest Banker, a two-length lead. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me second through an opening quarter of 23 and 2. Martini's Bank and Dorth's Old Dancer are heads apart, third and fourth. A length and a half back to Kaz Music. And the filly at the back is Wait, Don't Tell Me. She's about seven from the leader. Honest Banker flaunts her speed. Maintains that two-length lead on I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, who's under a full-out drive. Dorth's Soul Dancer has to do more from there. The number two, Martini's Bank, just took a bad step and will be pulled up. Martini's Bank's being pulled up. 46 and 4 for the half, off the turn into the stretch. Honest Banker maintains that lead. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. He's been on the chase throughout. Then we come back to Kaz Music and Dorth Soul Dancer. They're coming down to the 16th pole. Honest Banker still there. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. A final lunge. Honest Banker. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Honest Banker. And I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. That got really, really close. Race 2 comes up next. It offers the first pick 3 of the day. Rider change for the 1. Dancing with Jake to Juan Diaz. And scratch to 1A with Dan completes the load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a beat slow there was Ali Can Dance. The favorite spots to field about 3 or 4 lengths. There goes King Kali to the lead. Puff's Magic Dragon sits in early second. Maneuvered off the inside is Watch Hill. He's now 3 deep. Followed by a 4 wide, her one and only. Riding the rails in fifth is Dancing with Jake. And at the back after the tardy beginning is Ali Can Dance. King Kali, a 2-length lead. Over both Puff's Magic Dragon and Watch Hill through a pretty good opening quarter of 24 and almost 2. Gap of 3 back to her one and only, who shadows Dancing with Jake, and there's another 4 to Ali Can Dance as they make their way up the Finger Lakes backstretch led by the King. King Kali calls the shots. He has a 2-length advantage over both Watch Hill, who's under a drive, and Puff's Magic Dragon. Moving up into fourth is Dancing with Jake. He's 5 from the front through a half and 48 and 4. A length more to her one and only. Ali Can Dance is caught up. He still has 9 to make up as he stays inside with Jackie as the field rounds the far turn. King Kali trying to put some daylight between himself and Puff's Magic Dragon, who comes a-calling. From the back, Ali Can Dance has made up considerable ground, but still has 6 to make up. Just went past her one and only. Then it's Dancing with Jake. Watch Hill trails 113 and 4 for King Kali, who's been there from the start, off the turn and into the stretch. King Kali maintains a 3-length lead. Puff's Magic Dragon trying to chop down that tree with an eighth of a mile to go. King Kali still there. Puff's Magic Dragon is only challenger at the 16th pole. King Kali keeps on going. Puff's Magic Dragon gives futile chase. King Kali a length and a half. Then it was Puff's Magic. 10-cent Super 5321, $3. 10-cent Super 5326, $4.72. Race number 3 comes up next. It starts today's $1 pick. And they're off. There goes Jayla under a hustling Andre Worry trying to get to the top here. Going to get challenged by Miami Twofer. And on the far outside, here comes Rosebud Ride. These 3 headlong into the first turn, really trying to battle it out for that lead. Miami Twofer and Jayla separate from Rosebud Ride a bit. Back and forth, it's my Major Mayhem who rides the rails 5.5 from the front. Shadowed by Dreamery in fifth, and then it's another 5 or so back to Journey of 5 who trails. A contentious opening quarter, 24 and 2. Miami Twofer and Jayla knocking heads. Rosebud Ride and Dalton Brown sitting chilly in third. 2.5 more to Major Mayhem, who stays just inside of Dreamery. Another 8 back to Journey of 5, who continues to trail as they make their way to the far turn here through a half and 49 and 1. They backed it down a bit, but they're still right at each other's throats. Miami Twofer inside, Jayla outside. Rosebud Ride actually lost about a half length in that prior eighth of a mile as Major Mayhem and Dreamery try to creep closer from the back. Journey and 5 and Jackie Davis are starting to roll, and they're really motoring now. She's outside the horses, and she just went from being sixth to being third in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, Jayla through 3/4 and 1:14 and 3 takes them off the turn and into the stretch. Journey of 5 has been making a 3/8 of a mile forward march, and she's trying to get Jayla now as they come to the 8th hole. Jayla, Andre Warrior looking for 2 in a row, goes left-handed. She maintains a 2.5 length lead. Journey of 5 finally starting to sputter now. A late rally coming from Dreamery, but past the 16th pole, it's all Jayla. Jayla's going to report home a 3.5 length winner. Journey of 5 was second over Dreamery to Michael DeVilla Jr. You can scratch the 10, Watermelon Crush. Post time for the 4th is in just over 20 minutes. If you back in, and now we're set. And they're off. There goes strategy for you. Slow down, Big Andy. Road to Power's there early on as well. St. Bones stuck 4 wide, and Frankie R stuck 5 wide into that first turn. Then we come back to the duo of Starship, Skywalker, and Storefront. The 2 at the back are Robin's Giant and Dr. Darby. Road to Power emerges with a very short lead over strategy for you, and a 3 deep Frankie R through an opening quarter and a quick 23 and 3. Drop back 2 lengths in 4th to St. Bones. Outside there, Storefront. Slow down, Big Andy's at the rail. Between those two, Starship Skywalker begins to move up a bit under Anthony Rodriguez. And then again, the 2 at the back, Dr. Darby and Robin's Giant. Road to Power bumps the margin to 2. St. Bones between horses moves into second through a 48 and 4.5. Frankie R is back in third. Strategy for you begins to backpedal in 4th. Now he's 5 from the front. Then slow down, Big Andy. There's a catapulting move from Dr. Darby, who's well out of last. Just went by Storefront, as well as Robin's Giant as they make their way to the far turn here. St. Bones to the inside of Road to Power and puts his head in front. It's St. Bones. Road to Power battles right back through a 1:15 flat 3/4. Dr. Darby keeps on coming. He's launched for about 3/8 of a mile, and Dr. Darby makes it 3 across the track as they spin off the turn and into the stretch. St. Bones, Dr. Darby right to the lead. Dr. Darby and Jackie Davis goes to work, and Dr. Darby keeps on going and opens up a 2-length lead. It's all Dr. Darby. He's been running for about a half mile, and he's just running up the score. Dr. Darby, wow, by 8 today. Then it was St. Bones and Frankie R. Slow down, Big Andy. And they're off. There goes a host of them, led by Jitter Juice for the lead. Far outside, Maddie's Express, and protecting the rail draws American Gentleman. These 3 speed off into the first turn. They're 2 lengths in front of Bottomless Refill and Invaluable Will, who are 4th and 5th. 4 wide on the turn went Goldini. The 2 at the back are Rosetta and Red Fortress. American Gentleman emerges with the lead. He's got it by a length and a half through an opening quarter of 23 and 4. Tracked by Jitter Juice and a 3 wide Maddie's Express. Then we come back to Bottomless Refill, who's 5 from the front. Macetta just moved up inside of Invaluable Will. Still widest of all is Goldini. That leaves Red Fortress to the inside. Just moved up a couple of spots out of last. 10 lengths from front to back here, led by American Gentleman. The half, 48 and 3 as they race to the far turn. American Gentleman, Maddie's Express just moved into second, past a struggling Jitter Juice. 3 deep, there's Bottomless Refill. 4 wide is Valuable Will. 5 wide's Goldini. Macetta lost ground at the rail. Red Fortress is still at the back. American Gentleman still at the front. He's got a 3-length advantage on Maddie's Express. The closers are coming. Goldini's been widest of all, but keeps on coming through 3/4 and 1:13 and 3. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch, and American Gentleman's been there from the start. Bottomless Refill to the inside. Maddie's Express between. Goldini keeps on firing down the center of the track as they come past the 8th pole. American Gentleman still there. Heman Hockey pleading for another 16th of a mile. Goldini, Red Fortress is flying. Deep stretch, American Gentleman. American Gentleman Saved by the wire. Pick 3, 661, $26.62. Race 6 comes up next. It's the start of today's late pick 4. And they're off. Barbara's Spirit broke alertly. There goes War Terminatrix for the lead, joined immediately by Lady Eloise. 3 wide, there's Amalata Lady. Along the rails, Flora Rose. Then we come back to the duo of Hidden War Dance and Crystal. My little one has one beaten. It was the very, very early leader, Barbara's Spirit. Lady Eloise emerges with a 2.5 length lead. Your favorite, Lady Eloise, is 2 in front of Flora Rose. War Terminatrix is third through an opening quarter of 23 and 2. Amalata Lady's been 3 wide the whole way. Hidden War Dance just lost a spot to Crystal. The 2 at the back are Barbara's Spirit and My Little One. Lady Eloise maintains a 2.5 length lead. Amalata Lady tries to move up in second through a 47 and 2 half. Flora Rose down along the inside as the field comes off the turn and into the stretch. Lady Eloise trying to see it through. Flora Rose a main danger towards the inside. Amalata Lady keeps on chugging along outside. Deep stretch. Lady Eloise almost home. Flora Rose and Amalata Lady give futile chase. Lady Eloise a 2-length winner. Then it was Amalata Lady, Flora Rose. It was tight for fourth between War Terminatrix and Crystal. $11.20. 50-cent try, 411 won, $8.20. 10-cent super, 411 won 6, $2.75. Gate. And they're off. From the inside, Dr. G and Alley goes to the lead. Far outside, here comes Lygon's Legacy, and even further out is MAS Screws. 5 wide into that first turn. Sweet Sugar Baby's forward, so Chassis. Widest of all was Tintagel. Right behind her is Happy Time. Back along the insides, Jessica's Race and Automated Teller, Wine Trails. Up front, it's MAS Screws. She's opened up a 3-length lead through a 24 and 2 opening quarter. Dr. G and Alley and Lygon's Legacy battle it out for second and third. Gap of 3 to the gray, Sweet Sugar Baby. Jessica's Race moves up along the inside. Chassis there. Just Tintagel, Happy Time just went around Tintagel. There's Automated Teller and Wine Trails all the way at the back of the pack as the field makes their way up the backstretch, chasing the long shot leader, MAS Screws, through a 49 and 2 half. Lygon's Legacy creeps closer in second. From the back, Happy Time has made a forward march, and Happy Time's going to get the lead right now. Lygon's Legacy tries to stay with her. Room at the rail for Dr. G and Alley. Sweet Sugar Baby swings into action. Jessica's Race was forced to tap on the brakes, and she's going to go 4 wide now on the far turn. Happy Time and Lygon's Legacy have built 5 lengths on the rest of them through 3 quarters and 1:15 and 1. Lygon's Legacy inside. Happy Time outside. Nothing between them as they come off the turn and into the stretch. Lygon's Legacy's trying to hang in there. Happy Time keeps coming. Meanwhile, Jessica's Race trying to pick up her entry mate as they come into the 16th hole. Lygon's Legacy, Happy Time, Jessica's Race. These 3 to the final 16th. Lygon's Legacy still there. Lygon's Legacy and Happy Time. Lygon's Legacy would not be denied today. Like $2 exact to 1.8, 21.60. 50-cent try, 187, 169.50. The 10-cent super, 1873, $150.20. And they're off. Runaway Joke did not get off to the best of beginnings today, but he's quickly moving into contention. Pompous Prince has the lead. Here comes Runaway Joke to challenge and take over, and the favorite has the front. He's in front of half length. Pompous Prince is in second. It's a gap of 3. Back to the Institute, who's just inside of Shared Success. Tacony Rhodes at the rail. Runaway Joke and Emmanuel De Diego take charge. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter. De Diego takes a hold of Runaway Joke. Pompous Prince is a length behind in second. It's about 4 back to the Institute, who has a length and a half on Shared Success, as Tacony Rhodes tries to move into fourth as they're on the far turn. Runaway Joke and Pompous Prince are 1-2. Here comes the Institute from the back. Tacony Rhodes out of last. Shared Success trails, 46 and 1. Off the turn into the stretch. Runaway Joke has a 2.5 length lead. Pompous Prince tries to stay with him. The Institute's trying to gain some ground, and Tacony Road's a late challenge. Deep stretch, Runaway Joke's almost home. Pompous Prince a final run. Runaway Joke, Pompous Prince. Here's Tacony Road. Runaway Joke is a perfect 5 for 5 at 50 cents. Race 9 comes up next. The finale offers win play show. Exacta try and superfecta wagering. Rider change for the 6, ripe for mischief to Louis. And they're off. There goes U-Butte, the favorite for the lead. Mudville 9's outside in second. 3 deep is Pure Crazy Groove. Giramonte and Michael DeVilla Jr. save ground in fourth along the inside. Rushing up there is Blue Lieutenant, just past Uncle Vic, who's between rivals. Interchanger 7th. He's 6 from the front. He's just ahead of Ripe for Mischief. The 2 at the back are Masawa and Outstanding Debt. U-Butte fighting off Mudville 9 through a 23-second opening quarter. Giramonte moves up along the inside. Splitting rivals is Uncle Vic. Pure Crazy Groove drops back in 5th. 2 more. Back to Blue Lieutenant. From the back, Ripe for Mischief revs up along the inside. Just went past Interchanger as the field makes their way to the quarter pole. U-Butte and Mudville 9 have been duking it out from the start here. A 3 deep Uncle Vic trying to spring an upset here as Ripe for Mischief rides the rails and keeps on coming under Luis Perez. The field comes to the 8th pole. U-Butte's almost home. Diving to the inside, Ripe for Mischief. Down the center's Uncle Vic at 50-1. Deep stretch. Here comes Ripe for Mischief up the rail. There's Uncle Vic, far outside Interchanger. Uncle Vic, Ripe for Mischief, and Interchanger dead tight. Looked like Interchanger reached at the back to 5-1, 7:05. 50-cent try. 5-1. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Monday here at Finger Lakes. Really nice day here for November 18th. Temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. Partly sunny skies. A little bit of a breeze blowing in from the west. Track is fast, no carryover in the pick six. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com for our 9-race card as we wrap the stakes season in race 8 with the Tin Cup Chalice. Here are the changes for today's races. There's also free DRF PPs over at drf.com if you're a member of DRF today. Head on over to download those today. First race starts the early pick 4 and the early double. There are no changes in the opener. Race 2 kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Overweight for the 2, find a name, 3 pounds over. Scratch to 3, the Manicore, and the 8, Feline Treasure. Scratch to 3 to Manicore, and the 8, Feline Treasure. An additional work for the 6, Destined for Glory, on November 13th here at Finger Lakes. He went 4 furlongs over a fast track and 49 breezing. Had additional work for the 6 in race 2. Race 3 kicks off the $1 pick 6. No carryover in today's pick 6. Scratch to 3, going home now. Race 3, scratch to 3, going home now. Race 4 kicks off another pick 3 today. First of 4 2-year-old races. Rider change in race 4 for the 9. Honor for Mandine. It's Rafael Rohina Jr. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides a 9. Honor for Mandine in race number 4. Race 5 kicks off today's 50-cent pick 5. Scratch to 1, waiting for AI. Race 5, scratch to 1, waiting for AI. Race 6 kicks off the late pick 4. Rider change for the 1, reason to risk to Luis Perez. Perez rides the 1. Scratch the 2, Country Manor. And the 7, Maryland's New York Pride. Scratch the 2, Country Manor. And the 7, New York's Pride. And please note, both the 10, Moody Girl, and the 11, Stella Brown, draw into the field. Those changes for race 6, the start of the late pick 4. Race 7 kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Overweight for the 5, New York Riesling, 2 pounds over. Race 8 is the $45,000 guaranteed Tin Cup Chalice. These overweights, the 1, No Factor, is 4 pounds over. The 2, Blamaker, is 4 pounds over. The 3, Cast a Coin, is 4 pounds over. The 4, Sobieski, is 3 pounds over. Additional work for the 2, Blamaker, on November 13th here at Finger Lakes. 4 furlongs over a fast track, breezing out of the gate in 49 and 2. Additional work for the 2. Overweight on the 5, Not for Nothing, 5 pounds over. Overweight on the 6, one more rep. 5 pounds over. Overweight for the 7. Mr. Sugar Daddy, 3 pounds over and an additional work for the 5, not for nothing. November 13th, here at Finger Lakes, 4 furlongs over a fast track and 51 and 1 breezing. An additional work for the 5 in race 8. The $45,000 guaranteed Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. And in the finale, race number 9. Rider change for the 7, Miss Pabs, Rafael Rojina Jr. Rafael Rojina Jr. rides the 7, Miss Pab. And you can scratch the 9, Bad Connection. Race 9, scratch the 9, Bad Connection. Fast track, no carryover in the pick 6. PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. If you're a DRF.com member, head on over to DRF.com and download your free PPs for Finger Lakes this afternoon in honor of our final stakes of the season. Post time for the opener. Special first post today of 12:10. Dave Mattice coming up next to go over the 9 race card. Enjoy your day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Going to have the shorter show today. We're going to go with the earlier post at 12:10. They gave me a little bit of a late start, but yeah, still got 8 winners the other day. I just have to throw that in there. We got 9 races on today's card. I did want to talk about, it was a great fight weekend, by the way. Some good boxing matches on Friday. Wasn't talking about the main event, which was an absolute circus. But 2 great boxing matches on the undercard before that last fight. I just wanted to bring that up because you got a lot of boxing fans around here, and some people that just don't realize there was nothing courageous about that fight. They did that for the money. There's a guy named Bernard Hopkins who fought until he was 51 years old and still winning titles. He would have beaten that YouTube star, that's for sure. Anyway, let's talk about horse racing. Speaking of runaway jokes, Runaway Joke became the first 5-time winner of 2024. The other day, last time we ran, man, that horse has been impressive. Speaking of somebody that's impressive, going through conditions. And, you know, it was off a month, got off a step slow, so things got a little bit close, but he was still impressive to be able to keep that win streak going. Congratulations to Ralph D'Alessandro, who's got a good one. There are a few today that have a chance to get their 5th win of the season. We'll see that probably the last few days. We got a few 4-time winners, but Runaway Joke becoming the first, maybe the only 5-time winner of 2024. We got our feature races, the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. I'll go over that one. That for the 2-year-olds. Got a few 2-year-old races today. And again, mentioned post times. We're going to go with the 12:10 post time for the 9 race cards, 12:20 for the 8 race cards these last couple weeks of the season. Tuesday and Wednesday, because we got 8 race cards, they're going to be at 12:20. Okay, first race, an $8,000 starter, optional claimer. This for fillies and mares. Yeah, Bayou Melody was on an absolute tear to start the season here. It won 3 in a row and looked good every single one of those races. Kind of got tested last time and didn't get the best of trips in that races, as the winner would easily beat these. I mean, the winner was a real good one. I think it was Good Night, God Bless for Grusmark, that it just was too classy for what Bayou Melody and others in that field. It was just too good. It was just too good. And this horse was going through upper claimers, starters, and back in the starter where she defeated starters just a couple races back. A repeat of that performance, I think, beats these. Not going out on a limb here because this horse was so sharp, and I could forgive the last effort just because of how good that field was. Going to go with Bayou Melody on top. Now the key to the race is, you know, Bustin' Roxy is the speed. Now Bustin' Roxy is 5.5 furlongs. She's quick, probably quicker than Bonfire Diva, but it all depends on how quick this track is, and if Bonfire Diva does press her in some quick fractions. She did stop last time against allowance horses. She's going against a little bit easier today. But the other horse that figures to be in the top three, if that scenario happens, see, I'm still talking with my hands, is the 6, Flattery's Music, who's running okay. I mean, this horse is running good for Sabine against the 11 to 9 claimers. So I think moving to face these starters is a good spot for Flattery's Music. I'll use her in the top 3. And yeah, Bustin' Roxy would be the other win threat in here. She's the inside speed. Is she tailing off a little bit? I mean, I don't know. She was a benefit of being absolute lone speed in her earlier wins this season. As like I said, there's a couple 4-time winners. There's a few 4-time winners today. Right here in the first race, you got Lindsay, who's a 4-time winner this year. Bustin' Roxy, who's a 4-time winner this year. They're all trying to, I think, was it Grand Lady Indy? I don't know if she won all her 4 races here at Finger Lakes. So you got a bunch of them here trying to equal Runaway Joke. Of course, Runaway Joke would absolutely demolish this field. Second race, we scratched the 8, Feline Treasure, and the 3, the Manicure. Is this the day for the Niz? Jake's Orchard. Done with excuses with Jake's Orchard. Really, there was no excuse. The horse ran big last time. She just got beat by a better horse. I mean, Tis Wicked Strong was just simply a better horse. It was that simple. I know Jake's Orchard had everything her own way. I mean, he's got no excuse not to win the race except for he got beat by a better horse. And sometimes you have that tactical edge, and that other horse is just so much better than you that he passes you anyway. And sometimes the best horse just wins. And that was the case. And it was far back to the 3rd place horse, so his tactical edge got him there. Not a lot of speed in this race other than, maybe the 4, not my type, stretching out. What's going to be the tactics for that horse? You would think that he would show speed stretching out that would give Jake's Orchard. I mean, Jake's Orchard doesn't have to be aggressive. He's been on that front line. He doesn't have to have the lead, but he's got to be on the front line. And I think it's the other horse's first time going long. He might be able to put that one away and hold off the closers. I thought the main threat might be the 6, Destined for Glory. Destined for Glory stretched out for the first time back on September 16th. I'm willing to forgive the last effort. That was a really strong field. And maybe didn't take to the sloppy racetrack. You see that a lot. And you almost got to make an excuse for the horse because he ran so good the time before. Probably would have won the race if he wasn't forced to move early up the rail because he was inside. That spot was going to close. Luis Rivera had to make a move at that point, move too early, and then kind of flatten out, and the other ones closed by. I mean, he opened up about 5 lengths in the stretch. So if that race was a mile, he still would have won. But he was forced to do that because of the race flow the way it was. So I'm willing to forgive the last effort for Destined for Glory, and I think this is the other main threat. Wool Hop would be the other one I would use, going 3 deep in here if you're playing pick 4s. Ran a good second behind Lifetime Guarantee in the slop. That's where I'm going back to. The next race wasn't good, but again, the same race as Destined for Glory. So he's going to have to run better to beat Destined for Glory and Jake's Orchard. The last at Presque Isle, they added blinkers. It was a wasted trip to Presque Isle against way too tough. Here's the thing. He's back at Finger Lakes. And think about it, this is the first time with the blinkers on the dirt at Finger Lakes. So maybe the blinkers actually helped and the field was just simply too tough last time. Could see, and you could see some improvement from Mohawk. And I think that possibility alone makes you want to use this horse because there is some possibility of improvement from the last time he raced at Finger Lakes. So I'm going to go with those 3, 7, 6, 5 in race number 2. Moving right along. Scratch the 3, Going Home Now. And how good is Coquito? He's been unchallenged. I mean, she came in here, dominated a field. I mean, they're maidens, but Going Home Now's in that race, and since that race, she won. So if Coquito beats Going Home Now by double-digit lengths, I know Going Home Now scratched out of this race, but you got to think Going Home Now, numbers-wise, is just as good as anybody in the field. She's supposed to win like that again. I mean, she did come back and win the 2 Lifetime just as easily. She did have a relatively easy lead in there as far as the fractions were concerned, but finished quick. I mean, that happens when you're the best horse and you get a tactical edge and things go your way. that's when a romp happens. Those are sometimes horses to go against their next time because things may not go that well, and there is some other speed inside. But I just think this horse, from what we've seen from her, she's just better than these horses. She may not win by double digits today, but you got to think she's got a real good chance to beat these rivals and keep it going. Went with a little bit. Actually, I went with long shot morning lines for second and third. Crystal Air. I know numbers wise, the number's a little bit less than as far as the buyer figure she got for the last race, but I think it's the same kind of situation for Crystal Air. She ran into Champagne Surprise, who was a much the best winner, horse by Arrogate, who for some reason nobody wants to bet that horse. But Crystal Air still got up to be second against a similar field as this one. You could say she was the best of the rest. Well, other than Coquito, I mean, she ran ahead of old Mrs. Maisel, who is much lower odds than her. And it's not like it was some big fluke. She ran pretty well. And that was the first time on an off track, so you can't really say she's got unbelievably off track edge on old Mrs. Maisel. I don't see that. I think she just ran well. And it was her first race over the track. Now, saying that with every horse in this race, other than Coquito, they seem pretty evenly matched. You know, they might be just running for a piece if Coquito runs her last race. But if you're going to try to maybe get some value in here, and I don't know if she's going to go off 8-1. I mean, they're all going to be high odds because Coquito's going to be 3-5 or lower. So you might. But I'm going to use her for second. I wouldn't expect a big exacta no matter who you put for second. Cozy Magic was a beaten favorite in that Champagne Surprise race. Again, I mean, Champagne Surprise, she's tough. Cozy Magic, she won on an off-track her previous start. Her closing style looked good in there, of course, so did Champagne Surprises, and she didn't fire. She didn't fire on that sloppy track. Keep in mind, there's a difference between the good racetracks here and the sloppy tracks here. And maybe we fell into the trap of the good racetrack that she won on, and maybe she didn't handle the track as well last time. Possibility, but I'm just using her in the top three. Paul Barrow's got two of them in here, and they're both pretty logical as far as evenly matched. My Royal Vow, who probably wants an off track, by the way, ran second to a pretty good one in Sweet Anniversary. She actually ran second in a key race. Unfortunately, she came back and didn't run as well. So if you can forgive My Royal Vow's last race, another one to use underneath, but Coquito's the horse to beat. Okay, we'll start the 2-year-old showcase day with race number 4. There's a lot to talk about with the breeding stuff, but I'll go relatively quick just because of time restraints today. I'll talk a little more in the paddock about these horses. This is one of those races where I just didn't see a standout, and it might be just probably Flattery winning by default from the rail. Had a third place finish against Cascoin, who's in the stakes race today, one of the main rivals in the stakes race. And then last time, didn't run that badly, running third. And again, the winner just was the best. And probably Flattery, you could say, was probably in a tougher field last time. Evenly matched group, a little bit easier field, draws the rail. That might be enough to get this horse to the winner's circle. Although, I think the interesting wild card is a first-time starter for Michael S. Ferraro. Now, Stephen Frett, who's on one of the favorites in the stakes race. Good luck to Stephen, by the way, looking for his first stakes victory. He rode another Mike Ferraro horse to victory, was it a couple weeks ago, No Factor, who's actually in the stakes race as well. But this was pretty well bred. I mean, maybe he wants to go a little further, but Dr. Berry's a half to a grade 3 winner, Sharp Star. Also, Papa Shot, if you remember that one. I think Yuta Barrow's in that group too, but I mean, there's some good ones in that breeding for Dr. Berry that 10-1 is a good price for this horse. First out. Watch the board. Just a Guy, another one to use. First couple starts, not bad. And let's face it, he didn't want to go long last time. Let's draw a line through the last race for Just a Guy. So his fourth place finish behind him, much the best, Carconi. That's a good effort. And here's another one, Not for Nothing. Stretched out and won that race. He's in the stakes race as well. So Just a Guy, kind of got to use. The other first-time starter is the 3, Razuli. This is the first full of the dam. I believe that dam ran here for Aquilano, Shards of Class. If Shards of Class, I think would have a couple bad races in a row and just crush the field. Had some speed, by the way. Had some talent, too. So interesting to see how Razuli does first time out. You know I've been here a long time. I remember the dams of the horses. Fifth race, a maiden 2-year-old race going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 1, waiting for AI. Another one, they're pretty evenly matched as far as, some of them come out of the same race. One by Blamiker, who's the favorite in the stakes race today. Now, Storm and Sammy was bet in that race and got caught chasing. Got caught chasing the winner, Blamiker, who got to the lead and kept going. The previous star for Storm and Sammy was able to get the lead and almost held on against a good horse. So if he can get the lead in here, and that's what I'm banking on, he's inside with a scratch. He's the most inside of all the rivals in here. If he can get the lead from the inside position, I think he can bounce back. There's a big difference when you're on the lead versus chasing a horse that's not coming back. And that's what happened last time. He just got tired of chasing. 2:30 a.m. and Puckish both come out of that race too. But again, Storm and Sammy was bet to be a favorite and didn't get the lead. Look at it that way. King Spirit is a first-time starter, another Aquilano firster. This is the first foal of the dam that cost $170,000 as a yearling by Carpe Diem. The dam's a half to a graded stakes winner. So this one is bred to run. 8-1 morning line. Watch the board. 2:30 a.m. Ran good in that race. Ran second to the runaway Blamiker. Of course, you got to be careful of that when you say, "Oh, it ran second to a runaway winner that's the favorite in the stakes." Well, you got a few horses in that race, and some of them had excuses in the race too. But I think you got to use 2:30 a.m. because he did improve in that race and he did run well. Doesn't look like he had a lot of speed in there, trying to make up some ground. But again, they were all chasing. Blamiker got the lead and somehow stole it at a good price for Engelhart. Hana War is the other first-time starter. This is the first foal of the dam. Hannah Smile. Now, there's some really good breeding to this one. Of course, there's a lot of turf breeding on the dam side, but good breeding. All right, I'll zip along. I'll give picks for the next 2 races, and then I'll just do the stake. Just simply didn't have enough time today. I used a Dil Khan in the 6th. I went with a 6, 5, 11, and 3. Remember, the 10 and 11 draw in, so they draw outside. They stay with the same numbers. I used Stella Brown in there in the top 3, but practically Summer, very well-bred horse. The dam's a half to 104. Dam's a half to a couple multiple stakes winner, including a graded stakes winner. 7th race, I went with a 2, 3, 5, 7. New York Riesling looks like the speed. Not a lot of speed in the race. That's why I thought New York Riesling would get the lead. Is he good enough? That's the question. You got 2 classy horses in Brother Jeremiah, Civil Service, and Noble Journey shouldn't be overlooked in here either. But Brother Jeremiah and Civil Service seem to have class and talent edge on these. Guarco's another interesting one for Matt Clark. Made a lot of money in the past, returning to the dirt. All right, the feature race is the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Blamiker. Odds of 6-1 that day and looked good winning. And the reason I ended up using this horse on top over Cast a Coin, looks like the speed. I mean, if you figure, you look at the pace figures of all these horses in the races they run. Now, keep in mind, they're just trying to get easy leads in some of those races. But I think that Blamiker, inside some of that other speed and maybe faster than No Factor, should get the lead on these. And believe me, I like Cast a Coin. I'd like to see Stephen Frett win and get his first stakes win. Probably the best looking horse. That's of course, that's opinion. Best out of a dam by Into Mischief. All those Into Mischiefs look good. Looked really good in victory last time. So if somebody can go with Blamiker, this one could sit a stalking trip. I think he can win the Tin Cup Chalice. And you can't fault Mr. Sugar Daddy. He looked good breaking his maiden and just was overmatched in the Aspirant Stakes. He'd be no surprise in there as well. So my numbers in the last race, going to go with the 4, 1A, 5, 6. Princess Sonia needs 5.5. Can't get 6 furlongs. Gets 5.5 today. So those are my selections today. Good luck with your picks. Remember, our feature race, we got a bunch of 2-year-old races. Our feature race is the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. That looks like a good one, very competitive race. Tomorrow we continue live racing with a 8-race card with a 12-20 first post. So I'll see you then.
The field for the Monday openers coming out onto the track. Folks, don't forget, free PPs over at FingerLakesGaming.com. If you're a DRF.com member, head over to DRF.com, download your free Finger Lakes PPs in honor of today's final stakes of the season, the Tin Cup Chalice. Here's the field for the first. One's Diva Banker. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. The 2 is Bustin' Roxy with Cabracoa. The 3 is Lindsay with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Grand Lady Indy. Anthony Rodriguez rides. The 5 is Bayou Melody with Kevin Navarro. The 6 is Flattery's Music. Rafael Rohina Jr. is in the saddle. And the 7's Bonfire Diva. Emmanuel De Diego rides. All right, welcome to Monday here at Finger Lakes. Big A Anthony Stabile taking you through the 9-race card. Bustin' Roxy looking to become just our second to 5 wins at the meet. Runaway Joke, who could very well be the Finger Lakes Horse of the Year, did it on Wednesday. She has popped and stopped in her last 3 after winning the first 4 of the year. Drops to her lowest level. She's the controlling speed. She's 3-1. We'll see if Bustin' Roxy can take them flag fall to that's all under Cabracoa. 4 leading trader Michael Anthony Ferraro. Looks like both of those races are more than wrapped up. The 5 Bayou Melody, current 4-5 favorite. If they hit up front and there's some speed, maybe she's the one to come calling. She 2 drops down into the optional starter claimer. She's been here before. 2 starts back. She got the job done with a career best 71 Beyer speed figure. If she can repeat that effort, she's going to be tough in here, and she may have plenty of help on the front end. That help on the front end could come from the number 7, Bonfire Diva, who rides a 2-race win streak. She paid almost $8 2 starts back. She paid $52 on starter claiming day last time out. She returns for Omani Williams. Emmanuel De Diego takes over as Koa stays with Bustin' Roxy. She's got the outside draw, so she can see what the other speed in here does and take it from there. I used all 3 in the pick 4, 2, 5, 7. We'll see if Bustin' Roxy can get to 5 wins on the season. Don't forget, 12:10 post today coming up in just 2 or 3 minutes. 12:20 tomorrow and Wednesday. Best of luck if you play in the early pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those early pick 4 tickets in. The field for race one has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off the penultimate week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Diva Banker heads in. Bustin' Roxy's next. Here's Lindsay. Grand Lady Indy goes forward. Current even money favorite, Bayou Melody's next. Don't forget, in honor of the Tin Cup Challenge, free DRF PPs if you're a DRF.com member. Head over to DRF.com. Download your Finger Lakes PPs as Flattery's music goes in. The last to load is Bonfire Diva, looking for 3 in a row. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bonfire Diva shows first. There's Flattery's music and Bayou Melody, and from the inside, Bustin' Roxy uses her speed to get in front of the other 3. We drop back 3.5 lengths to Grand Lady Indy, who's just outside the duo of Lindsay, and Diva Banker, who's at the back. Bustin' Roxy makes the lead. Cohen, Bustin' Roxy a length. Bonfire Diva outside on the chase in second. Bayou Melody saves ground at the rail in third. Length and a half more to Flattery's music was under a drive in fourth. Then we come back to Grand Lady Indy and the duo of Lindsay and Diva Banker, 22-1. Bustin' Roxy blitzed the opening quarter, and she maintains a length lead. Bonfire Diva, Diego goes to the whip. She's not responding. Room at the rail for Bayou Music. She shoots on through. Following that moves Grand Lady Indy. Far outside's Flattery's music. Off the turn and into the stretch. Bustin' Roxy's gone. Bayou Melody's there through a 46.5. Up the inside, trying to cut her down is Grand Lady Indy with her coming to the 16th pole. And Bayou Melody and Kevin Navarro begin to draw away here. They're 4 in front. Going to be tight for second. Diva Banker from the back trying to get to Grand Lady Indy. She didn't. Bayou Melody by 5. Then Grand Lady Indy and Diva Banker in 105 and 3. Number 5, Bayou Melody was first. 4, Grand Lady Indy second. 1, Diva Banker third. 2, Bustin' Roxy finished fourth. Race 1's official. Returning to the winner's circle for the 4th time in 6 tries this season here at FLGR is the number 5, Bayou Melody. 5-year-old mare is a daughter of Cajun Breeze out of the Song on a Premier, Haunting Melody. Bayou Melody is owned by Windy Lee Farm LLC and trained by Jonathan Buckley. Winning rider, Kevin Navarro. $2 exacta 5-4, 24.20. 50-cent try 5-4-1, 32.87. And the dime super 5-4-1-2, $22.22. Race 2 comes up next. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Here in race 2, you can scratch the number 3, the Manticore, and the 8, Feline Treasure. Scratch the 3 and 8 from race 2. Post time for race 2 is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 2. Bayou Melody has been sharp for John Buckley. This one, kind of a late start. He started in June and then had a little bit of a layoff till August and then put it together. 3 straight wins, then ran into Goodnight God Bless, and just was much the best back in the starter again today. Bayou Melody, ridden by Kevin Navarro, for trainer John Buckley. The horse had started earlier in the meet. We talk about him as claimer of the year. Second race, a mile 70 is the distance. Scratch the 3, the Manicore. Scratch the 8, Feline Treasure. Yeah, Jake's Orchard has been running well against whoever's running this maiden special weight condition. Ran second to Alfgar, got a perfect trip up the inside. Puff's Magic Dragon just got the better of him by a nose the next race. Lost a length as Prophetic got the trip, closed to get the race. He was softened up by getting mixed up in the pace. Ran into Still a Soldier on an off track. Let's forgive that one. But the last race was probably his best race. Yes, he had a tactical edge. It took advantage of very slow fractions and still got run down. So you'd say no excuse, but the horse that beat him was so much the best in that race that he just got beat by a better horse. No such rivals in this race. Just got to see what the pace scenario is going to unfold for Jake's Orchard, as you do have a sprinter stretching out in Not My Type, and that might be the key to the race if that one is aggressive early coming out of sprint races. Destined for Glory, wasn't far behind Jake's Orchard. First time he stretched out back on September 16th. Maybe forgive his last race too. It was in that same race. They all faded in there, as Still a Soldier turned out to be much the best in that race. Turned out to be a really good race, much better than this one. So you're forgiving Jake's Orchard race in the slop on October 15th. Maybe you got to forgive Destined for Glory's race, and that puts him right there with Jake's Orchard, like they ran on September 16th. And this one had to make an early move, opened up a big lead in the stretch, and then got caught at the wire by 3 horses. So he plays in here, and he's at odds of 4-1. Might be the biggest threat to Jake's Orchard, depending on how the pace flow goes. Now, Woolhop, I mentioned that one earlier today. The Woolhop put the blinkers on when he made his wasted trip to Prescal to run against the special weights there. Very well-bred horse. Comes back to Finger Lakes. This is his first time wearing blinkers at Finger Lakes when you consider the only time he had him was against the tougher horses there. So he was in that same race with Jake's Orchard and Destined for Glory, and maybe he can improve off of that equipment change that he used last time coming back to Finger Lakes. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. Again, we scratched the 3, the Manicore. Also scratched the 8, Feline Treasure.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Solo Flight with Nazario Alvarado. The 2 is Find the Name. Juan Diaz rides. Scratch the 3 to Manicor. The 4 is Not My Type with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 5 is Woe Hop with Romero Mirage. The 6 is Destined for Glory. Andre Worry's in the saddle. The 7 is Jake's Orchard with Heeman Harkey. And you can scratch the 8. Feline. Treasure Woe Hop from me. Tried blinkers in the poly last time to no avail. Ships back here. Gets back onto the main track. First time with blinkers. Start 2 back. They went an honest pace up front. He was kind of chasing out of there. If he's able to settle a little bit better in here, you know, and I think he can be forward behind a horse like the 4, Not My Type, who's stretching out. We'll talk about him in a minute. I think Woe Hop can work out a decent enough trip here. And I'll try him as the second choice. The 4, like we said, Not My Type. I would imagine that they're just going to try and blast off here. Go as fast as they can, as far as they can. I know his pedigree doesn't really scream 2 turns, but he can't keep up in the late stages sprinting. And maybe stretching out's just what he needs. He's been consistent in his starts, just hasn't been able to get the job done sprinting. We'll see if 2 turns does the trick. And then finally the favorite, the 7, Jake's Orchard. He just had too many chances for me to put on top. And to be quite honest, I know he was almost 7-1 last time, but he's got to win that race last time. I know we got beat by a big favorite, but he got to win that race. He can't open 2.5, 3 lengths on the far turn and get run down. And he's not going to have that easy time of it on the front end, not My Type. So he's going to have to stalk. And his best races are when he is on the lead. He's not getting the lead today. So I put him 3rd. 5, 4, 7. We'll see if Woe Hop can trip out. Best of luck here in race 2. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Find the name's going to load first out of order. Solo Flight will now go to his inside stall 1. Here's Not My Type, stretching out today for the first time. Whoa Hop's next. Don't forget, free DRF PPs over at DRF.com. If you're a DRF member today in honor of the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes, which wraps our stakes season. Destined for Glory's up next. You can always get free PPs over at FingerLakesGaming.com. The last to load, your favorite, Jake's Orchard. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a stutter step start there for Not My Type. Outside, there goes the favorite, Jake's Orchard. Not My Type's recovered and moves up into second along the inside. Whoa Hop's third, about a length and a half from the front. Then we come back to Destined for Glory, who's fourth, just ahead of Solo Flight and Find a Name. We're at the back of the pack. Jake's Orchard takes them around the first turn a length. Whoa Hop moves up along the outside, and second is Not My Type, settles into third, 2 from the front through a 24-4 first quarter. Then we come back to Destined for Glory. Andre Worry has a good hold of him, yet he's still advancing nicely. Then we come back to the 2 trailers. They are Solo Flight and Find a Name, who's a dozen from the leader. It's Jake's Orchard, a half length. Whoa Hop intensifies the pressure in second. Then we come back 2 lengths to Not My Type through a 49 3/2. Destined for Glory continues to move forward. 3 lengths more to Solo Flight. Another 3 or 4 to Find a Name as they make their way to the far turn. Jake's Orchard trying to give Whoa Hop the slip. Jake's Orchard a length. Whoa Hop's under a drive. Not My Type yet to move now. Asked the question by Rafael Rohina, not responding. Destined for Glory's under a ride. Solo Flight trying to make up some ground through 3/4 and 114 and 3 from the back. Find a Name's gathering momentum. He still has a lot to do with 3/16 of a mile ago. Jake's Orchard off the turn and into the stretch by 2.5 lengths. It's all Jake's Orchard here. Not My Type moves up along the inside, battling Whoa Hop for second. From the back, Solo Flight trying to get a minor award here, but they come past the 16th pole. It's all Jake's Orchard. Going to get out of the maiden ranks today impressively by about 6.5. Then it was Not My Type, Whoa Hop, and Find a Name in 146 flat. Number 7, Jake's Orchard first. 4, Not My Type second. 5, Whoa Hop third. 2, Find a Name fourth. Making his way into the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, Jake's Orchard. 3-year-old gelding's the son of Coal Front, out of the Bluegrass Catmare, Bluegrass Bell. New York bred. Jake's Orchard is owned and trained by Stacy Torelli, winning rider He-Man Harkey. Race 2 is official. $2 double 5-7 $11.60. $2 exacta 7-4 $22. 50-cent try 7-4 $5 $13.37. 10-cent super 7-4 $5-2 $9.02. Race 3 comes up next. It starts today's $1 pick 6. No carryover in the pick 6. Here in race 3, you can scratch the 3. Going home now. Race 3, scratch the 3. Post time for the third is in just over 20 minutes. Please note, folks, with 8 race cards tomorrow and Wednesday, first post tomorrow and Wednesday will be 12:20. 12:20 first post the next 2 racing days.
right, I'm in suppose for race number 3, and yeah, Torelli and the Niz figured it was a now or never type day, a little easier field than what he's been facing. He's supposed to win, and he took care of business. Good job by Heben Harkey to get the victory. Starts off a pick 3. After that win in race number 2, got a couple short prices the first 2. You're going to get another short price possibility in this race if this horse keeps her form. Scratch the 3 going home now. Talking about the 7 Coquito, who's been impressive. Now it's tough for horses to keep that kind of form and run through conditions, kind of like what Runaway Joke did in sprints. But she came in here after running against maiden claimers at Saratoga and just absolutely dominated a maiden special weight field. Proved it was no fluke by coming back again to beat a 2 lifetime field. To be honest, this field isn't that much tougher than the 2 lifetime field that she just beat. So she's supposed to make it three in a row. But again, there's that possibility of regression, maybe not getting the right kind of pace flow, and then get caught chasing or something, because she has been able to make the lead in her 2 starts, and there's some speed inside of her today. So that would be the one knock if she's unable to make the lead in here, which she would have to go very fast to do so. But if she takes over at some point, she could keep it going. Hard to go against. I'll use Crystal Air for second. She comes off a second place finish behind a runaway winner. An impressive look at Champagne Surprise, who's by Arrogate, stretching out for the first time at Finger Lakes. And yeah, that one was an easy winner. But she was the best of the rest, as she was able to hold on to that second place position. Again, they were all bunched behind Champagne Surprise, but it was her first race over the track, and not sure if she liked or disliked the off track or just kept her form. So second trip over the track, you got to think that she's a top 3 threat, although they're all running for a piece if Coquito runs his race. Cozy Magic is one of 2 for trainer Paul Barrow. Cozy Magic has the rail. She was actually favored in that Champagne Surprise race, but just didn't fire at all on that sloppy racetrack. Her previous start was really good, a solid second place finish, going a mile 70. Maybe she either bounced or regressed because of the off track last time. But if you forgive that last effort, you could use her today at least to make the number with a late run, especially if they're all chasing Coquito. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and a $1 Pick 6 starts with this race. Scratch the 3 going home now.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 Pick 6, coming out onto the track. The 1 is Cozy Magic with Jeremias Flores. The 2 is Crystal Air with Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the 3 going home now. The 4 is Oh Mrs. Maisel with Luis Perez. The 5 is Intentious with Kevin Navarro. Looking for 2 on the card. The 6 is My Royal Val with Andre Worry. And the 7 is Coquito with Romero Mirage. All right. Coquito looks to stay perfect in 3 starts here in Finger Lakes. A 66 buyer speed figure and an 81. To put it in context, the 66 was one of the 3 best figs any horse has earned in the field. The 81 is like King Kong. 26 combined lengths almost in the 2 wins. First start for Lisa Reed. 2 for 2 here at the distance. I have no reason to see why it should be anything but 3 for 3. On the board of 2 to 5. The 6, My Royal Val, makes the 3rd start here at Finger Lakes. And for Paul Barrow. Made a little bit of a middle move last time between rivals and called it a day midway on the far turn. Finished a good second to Sweet Anniversary 2 starts back. And I think with a little bit of a cleaner trip can get the job done. Just keep her outside of fillies and mares and make one run. I think that'll bode better for her. And then finally the 4 Mrs. Maisel. She's been competitive in almost every one of her starts here at Finger Lakes. Really the only bad race was the sprint. She's not a sprinter. She's hit the board in all of the other tries. More 2nd and 3rd place finishes than wins. When she went wire to wire, she got a slow fig in doing so and really didn't beat much of a field. See if she can maybe get a piece of the pie here. 764 Coquito. Looks like she's going to be ultra tough. She's a super short price, and she deserves to be. Best of luck here in race 3 if you're paying the pick, especially if you're playing the pick 6. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to play the pick 6. The field for race 3 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off today's pick 6. Cozy Magic goes in first. Followed by Crystal Air. Oh, Mrs. Maisel in the familiar white and black of Barry K. Schwartz. Here's Intentious looking to give Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley, and Kevin Navarro their second winner of the day. Don't forget, free DRF PPs over at DRF.com if you're a member. Head over there now for the Finger Lakes PPs as my Royal Val goes in. Last to load is your odds-on favorite, Coquito. They are in the gate. And they're off. Oh, stumbling there a bit at the start was the number 2, Crystal Air. She's being chased after right now. Oh, Mrs. Maisel makes the lead. Coquito on the outside and moving up at the inside after the stumbling beginning is Crystal Air. These three have already opened up about 4 lengths on My Royal Vow, who's back in 4th. Then we come back to Intentious and Cozy Magic's at the back today. Up front, Crystal Air's made the lead. We'll see at what cost. She has a half length on Oh Mrs. Maisel through a 24-second opening quarter. 2.5 lengths back in third's the big favorite, Coquito. She has 5 or 6 on My Royal Val, who has a length and a half on Intentious. And Cozy Magic's at the back. She's 15 from the leader. And the leader is long shot, Crystal Air. Emmanuel De Diego trying to nurse her along here on the front end. She's built a 3-length lead through a 48-2 half mile. Oh, Mrs. Maisel at a price is in second. Coquito being asked for a run now as Intentious moves up along her inside into 4th. Dropping back there a bit was My Royal Vow. At the back's Cozy Magic. Up front, Crystal Air keeps on going. De Diego begins to shake the reins now, trying to get a little bit more out of her as Oh Mrs. Maisel creeps closer. Then we come back to Intentious and My Royal Vow. Coquito is at the back of the pack. Coquito is not getting it done today at a huge short price as they're off the turn and into the stretch through 3/4 and almost 114. Oh, Mrs. Maisel. Here comes Intentious with a full head of steam down the center. Cozy Magic from the back past the 8th pole. Intentious going the better of Oh, Mrs. Maisel and takes the lead and begins to draw away. It's Intentious by 2. Then Oh, Mrs. Maisel, 2 on the day for Buckley and Navarro. Intentious by a gear down length. Then it was Oh, Mrs. Maisel, Crystal Air, and Cozy Magic in 146-1. Number 5, Intentious was first. 4, Oh Mrs. Maisel second. 2, Crystal Air. Third, 1, Cozy Magic fourth. Big prices all around, 5, 4, 2, 1 on official race 3. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 5, Intentious. 3-year-old filly's a dollar of Solomini out of the Bluegrass Cat Mare Pumpkin's Pride. A New York bred. Intentious gives Windy Lee Farm the owner, Jonathan Buckley the trainer, and Kevin Navarro her rider 2 wins on the Monday card. $2 double 7.5, 58 even. $2 exact to 5.4, 237 even. 50-cent try, 5.42, 383.50. The 10-cent super, 5.4, 2.1, 133.10. Race 4 comes up next. Another pick 3 starts at race number 4. Rider change for the 9. Anna from Mandine to Rafael Rohina Jr. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides a 9. Anna from Mandine here in race 4. Post time for race 4 is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, coming up on race number 4, and yeah, that's what happens. Sometimes when it looks too good to be true, sometimes it is, and Coquito ended up failing as the heavy favorite, leaving some big numbers for race number 3. And you look at it, the first 2 races, it looked like the first 3 races today was going to be all favorites. I mean, the horse in the first, Bayou Melody, looked pretty solid. The horse in the second, Jake's Orchard was finally the day for the his. That one looked solid. So the one that looked the least vulnerable was the one that you catch the value in race number 3. Sometimes it happens like that. Fourth race, 2-year-old maidens going a distance of 6 furlongs. Start with a 1. That's probably Flattery. Has made 3 starts. And you could argue a couple of those starts against tougher 2-year-olds than what he'll face here. He caught off tracks in his first 2 starts. His last race was good. I mean, the horse ran a solid third behind what turned out to be a much the best winner. Didn't miss by much for second with Wingo Star. And, he hasn't really run a bad race. I know the numbers are a little short, but our 2-year-olds, that's where they're at. So from the rail, maybe by default, this one can run his race and beat the rest of them, because it does look like a little bit easier field unless one of these firsters step up. Like, Dr. Berry certainly has the class and breeding, probably breeding to go a little further, but it's a half to a graded stakes winner, and also a half to Papa Shot, who's a pretty good one. So the breeding is there for Dr. Berry. I think that's have to do with the show Friends. Dr. Berry right now at odds of 5-1. The 7 is Just a Guy. Now, Just a Guy you can make a case for too. I mean, Carcone, I think that was Melanie Giddings. That one was so much the best in that race. Overcame a slow start and everything. So that was a good race in his second start. Then his last race, I think you can forgive, because his first time going long, and I've said many times, whenever we've run the first 2-year-old route, it's the horse that with route experience that wins those races, and really not for nothing was the only one who had any kind of route experience. The rest of them got beat badly. Not for nothing won by double digits. So you could forgive that effort for Just a Guy, and it's another horse to consider using in the 4th. I think he's got to make up some lengths and probably Flattery, but he's a big threat in this race. The other first-time starter is the 3, Reyesuli. I do remember the dam Shards of Class. This is the first foal out of that dam that ran here, and that one, when she was on her game, she did some quick times. We'll see how this one comes out of the box. Not getting much for any action here at odds of 9-1. So it's a few of the horses in this pretty good 2-year-old event. Exacta Tri, Super Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts with this race.
Here's the field for race number 4. The 1 is Probably Flattery with Luis Perez. The 2 is Stegosaurus with Andre Worry. The 5 is Dr. Barry with Stephen Frett. The 6 is Camin Sierra with Anthony Rodriguez. The 7 is Just a Guy with Jeremias Flores. The 8's Armenian Dancer. Heeman Harkey looks for a riding double. The 9 is Ana Fermandin. Rafael Rohina Jr. is the rider. Please note that rider change. The 3 is Ray Sully with Cabracoa. The 4 is Awaiting Trial. Kevin Navarro and Jonathan Buckley look to team up for their 3rd winner on the card. All right, the first of 3 maiden 2-year-old races. We don't have a lot of time here. 6 Camin Sierra has improved tremendously in each of his 2 starts. I think he takes one more step forward today and gets out of the maiden ranks. He's a square price at 8-1. I like Camin Sierra. The 7, Just a Guy, adds a pair of blinkers for his 4th start. Cuts back from a mile. I think he wants to sprint. He ran against Carcone and Not For Nothing, and his first race was a beautiful educational debut. He's a good price at 7-2, and then the favorite, the 1, Probably Flattery. He adds blinkers. He's been up and down so far. I thought maybe getting to a fast track would help him last time. He really didn't. He went the wrong way. In fact, his buyer decreased instead of improved. We'll see how the blinkers go from the rail. I also thought the 3, Ray Sully, the first, merited a little look in here. 6-7-1-3 for me. Another pick 3 kicks off here. I'll tell you what, if you can get Probably Flattery beat, you got some decent prices in here to mess around with. It's an all 2-year-old pick 3. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Loading out of order here. Stegosaurus goes in first. Now probably Flattery goes in. Here's Raisuli on debut. Awaiting trial goes forward. The second of 3 firsters, Dr. Barry goes in. Here's the almost white Kamin Sira. Just the guys next. Late pick 5 starts in race 5. If you need PPs, at the DRF.com. If you're a DRF.com member, to download for free. Acting up there was the number 1, probably Flattery, the favorite. Through rider Luis Perez. Domino Effect, Stegosaurus. You see Andre Worry behind the gate. We're going to have a delay here. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Here in race number 4, we have a late scratch. On advice of the track vet, the number 1, probably Flattery, is a late scratch. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers involving the number 1, probably Flattery, will all be refunded. If you've used probably Flattery, the number 1, in the daily double, you'll get a conso. If you use this horse in the pick 4, the pick 3, or the pick 6, you'll get the favorite at final odds. Once again, late scratch the number 1, probably Flattery, here from race number 4. We're still in a delay. Everyone was backed out of the starting gate. Riders now beginning to get a leg back up on their mounts. The load will continue. Restart, actually, as Stegosaurus goes in. Here is Raceuli. Currently, Dr. Barry in number 5. And the 7, Just a Guy, are vying for favoritism. We'll try and keep you abreast of that during the running of race 4. As the 4 awaiting trial goes forward. Here is Dr. Barry. Camin Sierra goes in. Just the Guy's up next. Just the Guy, your current 8-5 favorite. He goes forward. And in. A couple of long shots round out the field. Armenian Dancer. And the other firster, Anna Formandine. They're in the gate. And they're off. Away slowly there was the number 5, Dr. Barry. Awaiting trial broke alertly and went right to the lead. There's Raceuli, one of the firsters, maneuvering around him and taking away the lead from awaiting trial. It's Raceuli. Hot on the chase in second is Just a Guy. Along the inside, Stegosaurus moves up. Then we come back to awaiting trial. The duo of Armenian Dancer and Anna Formandine are about 7 lengths from the lead. And then we drop back to Dr. Barry and Camin Sierra, who are at the tail end. Raceuli and Just a Guy duke it out through a 23-2 opening quarter. Stegosaurus and awaiting trial races a team third and fourth, 2.5 from the front. Then we come back to Armenian Dancer, who's just inside of Honor Formandine, and the rest of them are far back, including Camin Sierra and Dr. Barry. Off the turn, into the stretch. Just a Guy arrests the lead away from Raceuli through a 47 1/2, and Just a Guy begins to draw away here. Just a Guy by 3, Just a Guy by 4. Then Raceuli. Dr. Barry is making up a lot of ground. He's going to try and move into second here. There's no doubt about the winner. It's going to be Just a Guy. He's going to win it by 5. Dr. Barry got up for second over Raceuli. Awaiting trial rounds out the super in 114-2. Number 7, Just a Guy first. It's a photo for second. And ladies and gentlemen, again, there was a late scratch to the 1, probably Flattery. If you used the 1, probably Flattery, in the pick 3, the pick 4, or the pick 6, you received the favorite at final odds. That was, in fact, your unofficial race winner, the number 7, Just a Guy, who was your 6-5 favorite. Again, Just a Guy first, photo for second. Number 5, Dr. Barry was second. 3, Raceuli third. 4, awaiting trial fourth. Unofficial order of finish here in race 4. 7-5, 3-4. Race 4 is official. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, Just a Guy. 2-year-old colt, son of a Catholic boy, out of the Spitestown mare, Pieces of Spite. A New York bred, Just a Guy is owned by Henry Stedman and Paul Barrow. Trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremias Flores. $2 double, 5-7, 143 even. Conso, $2 double, 5-1, 38.60. $2 exact to 7-5. $2 exact to 7-5, 20.80. 50-cent try, 7.53, 13.87. 10-cent super, 7.5, 3-4, $17.50. 50-cent pick 3, 7.57, 39.37. 50-cent console pick 3, 7.51, 14.12. 50-cent pick 4, 5.7, 5.7, $84.87. Race 5 comes up next. It starts today's pick 5. Here in race 5, you can scratch to 1, waiting for a I. Race 5, scratch to 1. Post time for the 5th is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, coming up on race number 5, and that was just a guy winning the race. I believe he was the post-time favorite. There's a late scratch of probably Flattery, and really with that one out, just a guy, really only 2 or 3 horses you come up with, and he was going to be one of the main favorites in there, and he was able to get the victory. So if you had that one in the pick 4 or pick 5, I believe you do get the post-time favorite in there. Just a guy, Flores for trainer Paul Barrow. 5th race starts the pick 5. We scratched the 1, waiting for AI. But yeah, you look at a couple of the horses in here coming out of the race won by Blamiker. Blamiker is going to be in the stakes race today. The Tin Cup Chalice Stakes going to be one of the favorites. And he won pretty impressively. Granted, I know it wasn't the strongest, a 2-year-old race. The time wasn't incredible or anything, but you know, he beat Storm and Sammy to the lead. Storm and Sammy got caught chasing. 2:30 a.m. kind of made a late move to pass Storm and Sammy and others. And then you had Puckish also making a late move, kind of passing the tiring horses that were chasing after Blamiker. So I think the horse that had probably the worst of it is the horse that chased and fade. I mean, Storm and Sammy was the one who chased, was bet down in that race, and then faded. I think that makes a big difference when you get the lead like in his debut versus chasing a horse the whole way and then fading. So, and he just ran into a pretty good one who might win the stakes race today. So Storm and Sammy might be worth the value today of 5-1 when he was something like 7-5 last time. The 5-horse 2:30 a.m. very logical. Same thing. Comes out of the Blamiker race. That horse ran pretty well. So if he can move forward again, he beat the rest of them in that race. But you know that logic doesn't always hold up. He's kind of passing tiring horses, but he's a big top 3 threat in this 2-year-old maiden event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 5 starts with the 5th. Again, we scratch the 1, waiting for AI.
The field for race number 5, the start of the pick 5s on the track. Scratch to 1, waiting for AI. The 2 is Stormin' Sammy with Nazario Alvarado. The 5 is 2:30 a.m. with Cabracoa. Uh, yeah, 7-5-3 here in race number 5. Just give up. Puckish came running well late. Finished 3rd on debut for John Buckley. Blamiker is going to be one of the favorites in the Tin Cup Chalice later on today. 2:30 a.m. is the favorite in this heat. I thought Puckish ran a little bit better than 2:30 a.m. did last time, and I think with the race under his belt now, with 2:30 a.m. already having had some experience, I think I'll give the slight nod to Puckish. It's really 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. If I was playing a pick 5 today, I would use both of them. And I'd feel very comfortable with both of them. 2:30 a.m. showed speed first time on a good track. Didn't show as much speed last time. We'll see how Koa plays it today. Sonavino Rosso can go or sit off the pace. And then Finally, Frontal Vision. First for Linda Dixon. No, she hasn't had much success with first-time starters, but we'll see how this one fares in a heat that I'm not too impressed with any of the other runners. We'll see if one of the firsters can fire on debut. 7-5-3 from me. Kicks off today's pick 5. Best of luck in the 5th. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to play today's pick 5. The field for race 5. The start of today's pick 5 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Stormin' Sammy the first to load. Here's Frontal Vision on debut. King Spirit goes in. Rider Emmanuel De Diego jumps off King Spirit. He'll be loaded without his rider. Another firster in here. 2:30 a.m. goes in. Third and final first-time starter Hannah War is up. Here's Puckish, looking to give his jockey Kevin Navarro and trainer Jonathan Buckley 3 wins on the card. Last load is Burning Money. They're in the gate. And they're off. Missing the break there was the number 3 Frontal Vision. He spots the field about 8 lengths. There goes 2:30 a.m. and rushing up inside of him is Stormin' Sammy. These two have a length and a half on Puckish, who settles into third. Along the inside's King Spirit fourth. Then we come back to Hannah War just ahead of Burning Money. And after that flat-footed beginning, Frontal Vision is about 25 behind the leader. It's Stormin' Sammy who went quick early, 22 and 3 for that opening quarter. 2:30 a.m. Koa takes a hold and is content with second. Puckish gains ground into third from the outside. 5 lengths behind Puckish's Burning Money. King Spirit just moved past Hannah War and then all the way back to Frontal Vision. The field makes their way to the quarter pole. Stormin' Sammy, here comes Puckish. Puckish to Stormin' Sammy through a 46 half. Off the turn and into the stretch, and Puckish just made the lead. He went right on by Stormin' Sammy. 32 a.m. back pedals from the back. Burning Money gained some ground into fourth. Past the 8th pole, Puckish, a 2.5 length lead. It's all Puckish coming down to the line here. Stormin' Sammy's going to hold the place. Puckish gives Jonathan Buckley and Kevin Navarro a triple on the day. Then it was Stormin' Sammy. A late rally from Hannah War. Looks like he won the show, though. There were a bunch of them there. King Spirit was there, Burning Money, even 2:30 a.m. and 112 flat. Good final time. Number 7, Puckish was first. 2, Stormin' Sammy second. It's a photo for third. Number 6, Hannah Wars. Third, 4, King Spirit fourth. 7-2-6-4, an official in race 5. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, Puckish. 2-year-old gelding's the son of Honest Mischief out of the Smiling Tiger mare Helen's Tiger. A New York bred, Puckish is owned by Mitterbox Stable, Clear Star Stable, and Mark Jacoff. A training triple for Jonathan Buckley. Rider of all 3, Kevin Navarro. Triple of his own. $2 double, 7-7, 14-20. $2 out to 7-2, 38-20. 50-cent try, 7-2-6, 47-87. 10-cent super, 7-2-6-4, dime shy of $33. 50-cent pick 3, 5-7, 7-89 even. Console pick 3 for 50 cents, 5-1-7, $31.87. Race 6 comes up next. It kicks off the late pick 4. Rider change for the 1, Reason to Risk to Luis Perez. Perez rides the 1. Scratch the 2, Country Manor, and the 7, Maryland's New York Pride. Scratch the 2 and 7. Please note, both the 10, Moody Girl, and 11, Stella Brown, draw into the field. Post time for race 6 is in just over 20 minutes.
got about 7 minutes to post for race number 6. And that was Puckish, who ran third in his debut behind Blamaker today, able to run down the speed of Storm and Sammy and get the victory. Another win for Kevin Navarro and John Buckley. They've been on a roll. They won earlier today already. I believe it was the first race today with Bayou Melody. That one's sharp. And Kevin aboard for Buckley. They've made a pretty good team this season. Scratch the 2 Country Manor out of this 2-year-old filly maiden race. It also scratched the 7 Maryland's My Pride. So both horses that are listed on the AE, the 10 Moody Girl and the 11 Stella Brown, both draw in to this race. With that said, man, it's a pretty wide open race, but gonna go with former jockey Adil Khan's horse, Practically Summer. Now, Adil got his first win earlier this year as a trainer, but this one is very well bred. This one by Practical Joke out of that dam that's a half to a couple multiple stakes winners, including Zevo, who won a grade 2 and was second in a grade 1. Of course, that was a route, but you look at the breed. You got Practical Joke on that side, and then on the dam side, you're by Officer, and coming out of much tougher races. Those 2-year-old New York breds made special weights at Saratoga are night and day better than these races, and this horse hit the board in one of them. Did get a little class relief last time in the 40,000 state bred. Looked like she was on her way to victory and then stopped late going in a slow time. But, this is much easier against these maidens. This one not getting much for early action, but on company kept, I'm going to put this horse on top at a little bit of a price. She's at 5-1. The 5 Kitty of War's done a little wrong. She was second last time against a tough field. She had 2 straight seconds against the maiden special weights. Similar field today. I mean, Queen Atlas ran a big race to beat her on October 22nd, but eventually she's going to get a field she could beat, and if Practically Summer doesn't have it, or a couple of these AEs, she's a very logical horse in here, but you're going to have to accept a short price. The 11 is Stella Brown. Again, she drove in. She was behind Kitty of War in that race. She's going to have tough posts still, even though she drew in, but she can move forward from that race and hit the board against these. So that's some of the 2-year-old fillies signed up for race number 6. Exactatri Super Daily Double in the pick 4 starts here. We scratched 2 and 7. You got a jockey change on the 1 Reason to Risk. Perez moves there to ride that one for Bartlett.
The field for race number 6, the start of the late pick 4, is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Reason to Risk. Please note the rider change to Luis Perez. Scratch the 2, Country Manor. The 3 is Ashted Lady. Heeman Harkey looks for his second win on the day. The 4 is Only La Deuce with Emmanuel de Diego. The 5's Kitty of War. Romero Mirage is in the saddle. The 6 is Practically Summer with J.M. Rohina. Scratch the 7, Maryland's New York Pride. The 8 is Frisbee B. John Buckley and Kevin Navarro look for their 4th win on the day. That's not the 8, that's the 9. Stunning Sugar with Jeremiah Flores looking for a double, along with trainer Paul Barrow. The 10 is Moody Girl with Andre Worry. The 11, Stella Brown with Cabacoa. And there's the 8, Frisbee B. Told you about Buckley and Navarro looking for 4 combined on the card together. 5'11" 6 for me. A little chalk eating weasel action here. I singled Kitty of War. A couple of good seconds to start her career here at Finger Lakes after hitting the board twice at Delaware. Queen Atlas ran away and hid. No Factor ran away and hid. I don't, practically Summer ships in and showed a little speed. And I guess Stella Brown showed a little speed. There's not a lot of speed in here. I'd like to see Ralphie D and Romero team up and just go to the lead here. Or at least be more forward than she's been. And not leave herself susceptible to getting beat on the front end. See if the favorite can get the job done here. I like Kitty of War a lot. 11, Stella Brown. Broke from the rail on debut in that No Factor Kitty of War race. No Factor trying the boys later on in the Tin Cup Chalice. She goes from the rail draw to the 9-hole. Far outside draw here. We'll see if she improves second time out. Most of Ferraro Jr.'s runners do. The leading trainer and rider trying to team up here with this daughter of Big Brown. And then finally the number 6. Practically Summer ships in from the Naira Circuit. 3 at the Spa, 1 down at the Big A. Made a big middle move when dropping in for 40 and tired last time. First start locally for Adil Khan. I have a rule. Usually the first horseman or woman I see when I walk in wins. Now the deck was stacked a little while, but those didn't count. So the first person I saw walking in today was Adil. And he introduced himself, and we'll see if this horse can improve. Like I said, there's not a lot of speed in here, so it would probably behoove them to try to get her forward early on. 5'11" 6. Kick off the late pick 4. I'd be singling the 5, Kitty of War. Best of luck. Less than a minute. Post times in less than a minute. Last chance to play the pick 4. Field for race 6 is starting to load in. So get ready to kick off the late pick 4. Reason to Risk, the first one to load. Here's Ashted Lady. And Only LaDuce, the first 3 fillies at all big prices. Here's your favorite Kitty of War. Practically Summer goes in, making her local debut. Frisbee B. Kevin Navarro jumps off. She'll lure without the rider. Stunning Sugar goes forward. Here's Moody Girl. Last one set to load is Stella Brown. There in the gate. And they're off. There goes Stunning Sugar for the lead. Outside is Stella Brown. To the inside is Frisbee B and Practically Summer. Kitty of War broke alertly today. She's 5th, now 3rd, just 2.5 from the front. Back in 6th is Only LaDuce. Then we come back to Moody Girl. Ashted Lady, and moving up between fillies is Reason to Risk. Bunched up here, just 7 lengths from front to back through a 23-second tepid opening quarter. Stunning Sugar leads. Stella Brown chases. Kitty of War waits. Just a length and a half from the front and 3rd. Practically Summers moved into 4th. Reason to Risk moved up 2 spots to 5th. From the back, Ashted Lady gets going. She's about to split Reason to Risk, and to the outside there is Moody Girl. The field spins off the turn and into the stretch through a 47 1/2. And Kitty of War has clawed her way to the lead. Stunning Sugar battles right back. Stunning Sugar put a length right back on Kitty of War, who was right up alongside and now is back in 2nd as they field races to the 16th pole. Stunning Sugar and Jeremiah Flores well on his way to a double for himself and Paul Barrow. Stunning Sugar by 6 at the end. Practically Summer moved into 2nd ahead of Kitty of War. Then we came back to Stella Brown to round out the Super in 112 4. Nine, Stunning Sugar first. 6, Practically Summer second. 5, Kitty of War third. 11, Stella Brown fourth. 9, 6, 5, 11 unofficial in race 6. In the winner's circle, for the first time in her career, is the number 9 Stunning Sugar. She's a 2-year-old daughter of Central Banker out of the Into Mischief mare Deep Trouble. A New York bred, Stunning Sugar is owned by Richie Rich Racing Stable, trained by Paul Barrow. Rider Jeremiah Flores. Paul and Jeremiah teamed up for 2 wins on today's card. $2 double 7.9, 77.50. $2 exact and 9.6, 138 even. 50-cent try, 9.65, $92.12. 10-cent super, 9.65, 11.55 even. And the 50-cent pick 3, 7.79, $63.37. Race 7 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. No changes in race 7. Post time for race 7 is in just over 20 minutes. And don't forget, folks, tomorrow and Wednesday, 8 race cards. First post for racing here this week, Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, is 12:20.
8 minutes to post for race number 7, and good looking performance by Stunning Sugar in that race. Flores for Barrows, that one much better effort in her second start. See that a lot with 2-year-olds. They can improve a lot in that second start. Some good connections there too. 11-9 Claimer is the 7th, going 6 furlongs. This last pick 3 includes our feature event, which will be race number 8, which will be the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Looks like we are going to have a late jockey change in here on Central Love. We'll wait for that one. But looking at the pace scenario here, doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here. It probably comes from the 5, New York Riesling, who ran a good second from off the pace last time. But with a lack of pace, I would expect New York Riesling to go back to his old style tactics of going to the front in a paceless field. He's at 6-1. But I think a couple of these horses are just simply better. You got horses like Civil Service and Brother Jeremiah. They're just better than these 11-9s and some of them 5,000 claimers. And should be that far back. You look at Brother Jeremiah, he's not going to be that far behind New York Riesling despite cutting back in distance. And he can go short. He's won going short. He's won at this distance before. He just ran into Mad Magic last time. And you get the trainer that's already won 2 races on the day. I'm going to lean towards him as my top choice. Civil Service might find himself too far out of it in this race, but he might be the best horse in the race. But the problem is the lack of pace in here going to be an issue for Civil Service to make up the ground that he needs to make up? Now, he's been closer to the pace before when needed be, but he'll have to ask a little bit more to do so in a race just absolutely lacking in pace. Thought New York Riesling would be on the front. Drossel Diem maybe has a little speed, showed a little speed last time, but there's a relative lack of pace in the 7. The 7 is Noble Journey, another one that comes from out of it. He might be at the mercy of the lack of pace in here. I mean, he's 10-1 morning line. I thought that was awfully high for a horse that dropped to this level last time and got beat by Fire Down Below, a horse that's really sharp in the condition right now. That one's won like 3 in a row. Pick 3 starts in this race. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double also available.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late rider
got 6
change here
minutes
in
to
race
vote.
number 7. Late rider change, number 1, Central Love, will now be ridden by Dalton Brown. Dalton Brown rides the 1, Central Love, here in race 7. Field for race 7 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Central Love. Please note the rider change to Dalton Brown. The 2 is Brother Jeremiah with Luis Perez. The 3 is Civil Service. Anthony Rodriguez rides. The 4 is Drosseldium with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 5 is New York Riesling with Cabracoa. The 6 is Guaco, Jose Baez. The 7 is Noble Journey. Emmanuel De Diego rides. The 8 is Trap the Dream with Kevin Navarro. Still looking for that 4th win on the card. I got Buckley, who's also looking for 4. 1, 2, 2, 8, 6 for me here. Brother Jeremiah. It's the rider change to Luis Perez. Made up ground nicely in last 2 going long. Cuts back to the sprint. Has a win sprinting. Has 1 try sprinting this year. It's a good effort behind New York Anthem. Now sprinting for the 11. There's some speed in here. We'll see if he can come run him down late. I put Brother Jeremiah on top. The other Buckley, the 8, Trap the Dreams. Another one who could use some pace up front. Upset the board to the tune of $36 last time out for the 5. That went for the 11. He's won twice for a nickel so far this year from 8 tries here at the Lakes. And then finally the number 6, Guaco, makes his local debut. He's won 6 times on a conventional dirt track, one on a wet track, 5 times on dry ground. Makes his way over here from Presque Isle Downs from Matthew Clark, who claimed him back in June. He's hit the board in all but one of his starts for Matthew. See if he takes back to the main track. 286 for me. Last pick 3 of the day kicks off here. They're all decent prices. Let's try and get alive and get lucky. Good race. Good luck in race 7. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kick off the final pick 3 of the afternoon as Central Love goes in first. New York Riesling actually went in first out of order. Now Central Love will go into the inside stall. Guaco goes in. I don't know about guaco, but I like guacamole. Central Love now goes into the inside gate. Here's Brother Jeremiah. Drozzledium's next. Civil Service actually just went in. Here's Drozzledium. Two to the outside here, Noble Journey. And Trap the Dream. They're in the gate. And they're off. New York Riesling broke like a shot and went right to the lead. There's Noble Journey outside. Along the inside, Drozzledium moves forward. The gray Guaco's there. Central Love makes up some ground as well. Then we come back to Brother Jeremiah, who moved up. Trap the Dream and Civil Service are at the tail end. New York Riesling freewheeling on the lead here, a 4-length lead. Central Love all the way out of 7th into 2nd, just past Noble Journey, through a pretty easy opening quarter of 23 flat. 2.5 more of the Drozzledium, who's shadowed by Brother Jeremiah. Then Guaco, and at the back of Civil Service. And Trap the Dream. New York, Riesling, and Koa have things all to themselves on the front end. It's a 5-length lead coming to the quarter pole. They trip the half and 46 flat. Off the turn and into the stretch. And New York Riesling tries to get away now. Got a 3.5-length lead. Central Love at a huge price, trying to upset the apple cart in second. From the back, Drozzledium. No one else really making up a ton of ground down the outside. They come to the 16th pole. New York Riesling's almost home. Late rally from Civil Service. Way too late. New York Riesling flag fall to that's all by 5. Then it was Civil Service. Central Love maybe Trapped the Dream, got fourth and won 12-1. Five, New York Riesling was first. 3, Civil Service second. 1, Central Love third. It's a photo for fourth. Eight, Trap the Dream was fourth. Turning to the winner circles, the 5, New York Riesling. 4-year-old gelding, the son of Redisdale, out of the EP Indy mare El Coyote. A New York bred, New York Riesling's owned by Maria T. Geraldo, trained by Samuel Morales, winning rider. Our leading one, Cabercoa. $2 double 9.5, 203.50. $2 exacta 5.3, 30.60. 50-cent try 5.31, 112 and a quarter. 10-cent super 5.318, 134.15. Race 8 comes up next. Late double kicks off in race number 8. It's the $45,000 guaranteed Tin Cup Chalice. There are no changes. No rider changes or scratches, I should say. In race number 9, rider change for the 7 missed paths, Rafael Rohina Jr., and you can scratch the 9 bad connection. Race 8, the $45,000 Tin Cup Chalice comes your way in just over 20 minutes.
All right, we're getting ready for our feature race of the card, also the final stakes race of the 2024 season. That was after New York Riesling as the main speed. You know, the horse was the controlling speed. It was a question, was he good enough? But he opened up a good enough lead and slow enough fractions under Kabakoa that he was able to just completely control the pace and not back up for Sam Morales. Maria cleans up in race number 7. All right, let's look at the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. This is for 2-year-olds named after the great Tin Cup Chalice, probably known more for his 3-year-old season when he swept the Big Apple Triple. Only horse to do so. Won the Mike Lee and then won the New York Derby here and the Albany Stakes at Saratoga. Of course, trained by Michael Lassesi and ridden by Pedro Rodriguez. Tin Cup Chalice. What a horse he was. Well, let's look at the horses that are entered in this one. And we'll start with the 2 Blamiker, who could be the speed here. This horse flashed a good 22 and change, which has been fast for our 2-year-olds. As you see, 23 since September when we resurfaced the track has been an average first quarter. So that was relatively quick when you're talking about how quick our 2-year-olds are. And went on with it. I mean, this horse got away at odds of 6-1 for the Chris Engelhart barn and looked good winning. Now, Puckish, we just saw come out of the race and look good winning earlier in the day. So this was out of a dam that's a half to a couple multiple graded stakes winners. So the breeding is there. And Blamiker right now at odds of 3-1. Again, there's no real standouts in here. Cast a Coin, one of the best looking 2-year-olds at the track. This one out of a dam by Iron Mischief. It's usually why I think Iron Mischief's known, even if it's second generation, some good looking 2-year-olds. And this one by Central Banker just looks the part. I mean, this horse coming off a nice looking victory against a decent maiden special weight field. I mean, the only time this horse missed the board in his 3 starts was in the Aspirin Stakes behind Boston Tonian, who came out of that Aspirin Stakes, by the way, to win down in Kentucky as next star pretty easily. So we cast a coin. We'd like to see Stephen Frett get his first stakes victory. That would happen if this horse is successful in this race. On the outside is the 7, Mr. Sugar Daddy. Mr. Sugar Daddy looked good in his debut. Of course, benefited from a 23 and change first quarter. Obviously not as fast as Blamiker's first quarter when he won. But they thought enough of him to try him in the Aspirin Stakes, and a little over his head against those horses. I think everybody here was when you talk about how good Boston Tonio and soon-to-be King are. But he took some money. Actually, it went off at odds of 6-1. Not sure why, but he did take some play, and that's a positive sign. So an easier stakes race here, the Tin Cup Chalice. He's another one to consider if he runs back to his maiden victory. Again, may show some more speed in this race, and certainly the connections have done well in these kind of stakes race in the past as well. So looking at some other ones, I mean, Stephen Frett goes to cast the coin, but No Factor from Michael S. Ferraro gets our leading riders, Koa, after defeating a pretty decent maiden field. How good is that one? Maybe she could be on the improve and run well here from the rail. Not for Nothing dominated his rivals. Of course, what I did want to mention, No Factor is a filly against the boys. The Tin Cup Chalice is just an open race, so the fillies can enter. Not for Nothing ran in a route race, and he's bred to go long, and he had some route experience. So, question is he going to be as good against these horses in a sprint? Obviously, he's got some experience and some talent. So, pretty good competitive 2-year-old event for the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. This one for the 2-year-olds, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in our feature race on the card.
All right, so they're still in the paddock for this Tin Cup Chalice here. We'll meet the field momentarily. Going to give you my picks really quickly. The 7, Mr. Sugar Daddy, back to a fast track. I do not think he liked the wet track at all last time in his stakes debut after a real impressive maiden victory on fast ground in the aspirant and the slop. I'm going to toss that. He's the outside of the 3 speeds. I would hope Jeremiah Flores can just work out the right kind of trip. I can't believe he's the favorite right now. I thought I was going to get 4-1 on him. But he's the favorite. No factor. The filly tries the boy. She was really good. Kitty Warren Stella Brown did not run particularly well today, but she was good last time. She is probably the second fastest in here. We'll see what she does from the rail. And then finally, the number 3, Cast a Coin. If they hit up front, he should be in the catbird with Stephen Fret. Fret chooses Cast a Coin over No Factor, it appears. I would just imagine that Cast a Coin works out the right kind of trip in and behind the speed. 7-1-3. Please note in the last race today, race number 9, rider change for the 2 in traffic to Anthony Rodriguez. A-Rod rides the 2 in race 9. Field 4, race 8, the Tin Cup Challenge is coming out. We'll meet them in just a moment. The field for race 8, the $45,000 guaranteed Tin Cup Chalice coming out onto the track. The 1 is No Factor, owned by Barry K. Schwartz, trained by Michael S. Ferraro. Cabracoa rides. The 3 is Cast a Coin, owned by Gold Bear Farm, trained by Jacqueline Falk. Stephen Fret's in the saddle. The 4 is Sobieski, owned by William D. Hart Sr. and Life is Good Stables, trained by Linda Dixon. Romero Mirage rides. The 5 is Not For Nothing, owned by Joel Masher, trained by Matthew Klintz. Luis Perez rides. The 6 is One More Rep, owned by Francis J. Palangeli, trained by Paul Barrow. Emmanuel De Diego's in the saddle. The 2 is Blamaker, owned by My Purple Haze Stables, trained by Chris Englehart. Andre Worry rides. Somewhere out there is the 7, Mr. Sugar Daddy. There he is. He's owned by Richie Rich Racing Stable, trained by Paul Barrow. Jeremiah Flores is at the controls. That's your field of 7 for the $45,000 guaranteed. Tin Cup Chalice. Post time is in just about 2 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Tin Cup Chalice has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. The filly taking on the boys. No factor goes in first. Here's your current favorite, Blamaker, looking to go 2 for 2 to start his career. Cast a Coin goes forward. Here's Sobieski, followed by Not For Nuttin'. The last two of the Paul Barrow trainees. Long shot, one more rep. Mr. Sugar Daddy's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Tin Cup Chalice. Mr. Sugar Daddy broke alertly from the rail. Here goes the filly, No Factor, and she quickly opens up a 2.5 length lead. Cast a Coin moves into second. Blamaker is along the rail in third. One-time leader, Mr. Sugar Daddy's fourth, 6 lengths from the front. Then we come back to the gray Sobieski, who's tracked by one more rep. The trailer's Not For Nuttin', 11 lengths from the lead. No Factor leads him up the backstretch, a length and a quarter over Cast a Coin. That's Blamaker, actually. Blamaker is in second, just moved past Cast a Coin through 22 and 3 opening quarter. No Factor. Blamaker. Cast a Coin, 1, 2, 3. Mr. Sugar Daddy's under a ride. So too, one more rep. Not For Nuttin' revs up from the back. Sobieski trails 8 lengths from the front. Blamaker just took over from No Factor through a half and 46 and 1. Off the turn and into the stretch, the favorite Blamaker has the lead. No Factor tries to battle back. Cast a Coin tries to rally. Not For Nuttin' barreling down the center of the course with an eighth of a mile to go. Blamaker is on his hands and knees. Here's Cast a Coin trying to find room between his Mr. Sugar Daddy. He's trying to scoot on through, and there's Not For Nuttin'. Cast a Coin. Not For Nuttin'. Cast a Coin wins the Tin Cup Chalice by a long head over Not For Nuttin'. Mr. Sugar Daddy was third. Final time for the Tin Cup Chalice was 1:12 and 4. It went to Stephen Frett and Cast a Coin. Number 3, Cast a Coin was first. 5, Not for Nothing second. 7, Mr. Sugar Daddy third. 2, Blamica fourth. 3, 5, 7, 2, unofficial in race 8, the Tin Cup Chalice. Race 8's official. Making his way into the winner's circle, the official winner of the Tin Cup Chalice, the number 3, Cast a Coin. The 2-year-old gelding is a son of Central Banker, out of the Into Mischief mare Light the Dynamite, a New York bred. Cast a Coin is owned by Gold Bear Farm and trained by Jacqueline Falk. Winning rider, Stephen Frett. $2 double 5-3, 45.80. $2 exact to 3-5, 31.20. 50-cent try, 3-5-7, 22.62. 10-cent super, 3-5-7-2. $11.10. Nobody picked 6 today. 4 of 6. 4 of 6, $15.10. Tomorrow's carryover is $1,287. If you will turn your attention to the winner's circle, a trophy presentation is being made for race 8, the Tin Cup Chalice. Trophy presentation being made by our longtime clerk of scales here, Jack Keller, to the connections of Cast a Coin, including trainer Jacqueline Falk, and jockey Stephen Frett, along with family and friends. Cast a Coin, the winner of today's Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Race 9 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Late rider change for the 2 in traffic to Anthony Rodriguez. Rider change on the 7, Miss Pab to Rafael Rohina Jr. Scratch the 9, bad connection. Race 9 comes your way in just over 17 minutes.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Monday card, but first, a big congratulations to Stephen Frett earning his first career stakes victory. He's aboard Cast a Coin in the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. That for Jacqueline Falk and Gold Bear Farm. They team up with Cast a Coin. What a good-looking 2-year-old. And what a great finish. I mean, that really lived up to it with Not For Nothing putting in a good run as well. But Stephen Frett, congratulations, Stephen, on the first career stakes victory. He earned it in the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Not much time left to this 2024 season. That was the final stakes race of the season. Still plenty of action left. In a sense, we got 5 more racing days. We got Tuesday and Wednesday of this week with a 12:20 first post. We just drew Monday. That'll be a 12:10 first post with a 9-race card. And then we conclude 2 more days after that, the day before Thanksgiving, next Wednesday. So I want to get involved in these last couple of weeks of live racing. So a lot of fun left to have. Tomorrow, of course, we'll have the 12:20 first post with the 8-race card. Exacta Tri is super offered in the last. Fillies and Mares not won 3 races since the date, or never won 4 races. Obvious advantage for 3 races since January over the 4 lifetime in this race. Although the horse that I did take on top is in for the easier condition. Princess Sonia in for the 4 lifetime part. And again, that's usually a big disadvantage when you're talking about 3 since a date or the 4 lifetime. But this horse needs 5.5 furlongs. And she's faced tougher in the past, running against allowance horses earlier in the year. And she's getting run down the last couple just because it's 6 furlongs. Today at 5.5, she can lay outside of thin legs and be a strong contender in here. She's not getting any action at all at odds of 10-1, probably because she's only a 3-time winner. The 1A is Make a Joyful Noise. Could take advantage of the pace here. Ran second, a good second last time, to Love Thyself, a horse that's very sharp for John Buckley. That one ran second in a stake earlier this year, but Make a Joyful Noise is one of a couple that can come closing late, and she does drop in class from the 11 to 9 down to the 5, so she's very playable, and she's coupled with Reiterate there. 2 of them together are at odds of 3-1. The 5, Ouch That Hurt. Really not sure what happened to Ouch That Hurt. She looked like she was going to be an easy winner last time, and then the last few strides she got run down by Sabrina. I mean, she opened up a lead. I guess she just got a little bit tired at the end. I mean, really no excuse. She beat Princess Sonia. Just got up when Princess Sonia couldn't quite get the 6 furlongs in the slop. She's a 12-time winner. Obviously, she plays. And then you got the 6 Maggie. Questionable at the distance at 5.5. She'll really need some help up front. And it does look like she's going to get some pace with thin legs showing the way along with Princess Sonia. So if she does get enough to run at, look for her to be closing late. You'd like her a lot more going 6 furlongs. So pretty competitive last race on today's card. Exacta Tri is super offered in race number 9. Again, scratch the 9, bad connection.
The field for race 9 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Reiterate with Dalton Brown. 1A is Make a Joyful Noise with Emmanuel De Diego. The 2 is In Traffic. Note the rider changed to Anthony Rodriguez. The 3 is Thin Legs with Michael Davila Jr. The 4 is Princess Sonia. Luis Perez rides. The 5 is Ouch, That Hurt. Jeremiah Flores is in the saddle. The 6 is Maggie with Andre Worry. The 7 is Miss Pab. Please note the rider change to Rafael Rohina Jr. The 8 is She Loves to Move with Kevin Navarro. You can scratch the 9, Bad Connection. 5-4-1 in the nightcap from me. Ouch, That Hurt. Looked home Jerome last time, and Sabrine was able to cut her down late in the game. Cuts back to 5.5. Maybe that's what she needs. She's hit the board in 12 of 14, going this 5.5 furlong distance. Loves it here at the Lakes. See if she can be forward and get the job done here. Pretty wide open tote board here. She's on the board currently at 5-2. A little bit of a long shot in here is the 4 Princess Sonia. That price is not sticking. She takes the blinkers off for the first time in a long time, and she has been, knocking around this nickel, bottom nickel, beaten level. She hasn't gotten the money in a while. In fact, she hasn't gotten the money since June 17th. She went wire to wire for the waiver. Has yet to revisit the winner's circle. She'll probably be closer to 4-1 come post time, 5-1, but she's definitely live in here. Another one who should be forward, if not on the front end. She's probably not fast enough to be on the lead. And then the entry, Reiterate, gets the rider change to Dalton Brown. Got the job done 3 back on fast ground. Last time I had a little bit of a wide trip, and then the other part of the entry is the 1A. Make a Joyful Noise. The last few starts, she's been competitive. Twice for 9,000. The last time she was in for a nickel, it was a dated race, and she got the money as your 2-5 favorite. So she's always competitive at this level as well. I could see them being the favorite, the entry. 5-4-1, okay. Carry over tomorrow, $1,287 in the pick 6. It starts in race number 3 on the 8 race card. PPs will be available before around 6:30 this evening. Don't forget, first post tomorrow and Wednesday, 12:20. 12:20 first post of the 8 race cards tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll talk to you then. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Loading in for race number 9. In traffic goes forward. Here's Thin Legs. Princess Sonia goes in. Reiterates next. Here's Ouch. That hurt. Maggie goes in. Here's Miss Pab. Make a joyful noise. Last to load is She Loves to Move. They're in the gate. And they're off in the finale. Maggie shows first. To the inside, there's Thin Legs. Along with Ouch, That Hurt. Reiterates there. She Loves to Move's on the far outside. Princess Sonia, they're all mixing it up. A mad scramble for the lead. Saving all the ground. Tracking them in 6th is In Traffic. Then we come back to Make a Joyful Noise. And at the back is Miss Pab. She's 10 or 12 from the front. They tore through the opening quarter, 22-2. Thin Legs and Princess Sonia survived the early war as Reiterate tries to hold her ground along the inside, just passed by Ouch, That Hurt. She Loves to Move. Navarro's looking for 4 on the day. A nifty move from Maggie and Andre Worry. They just split rivals off the turn and into the stretch through a half in 46-3. Thin Legs trying to see it through. Princess Sonia's been hounding her the entire way. Maggie with dead aim. Ouch, That Hurt, a gray streak. And on the far outside, She Loves to Move. Thin Legs on her hands and knees. Here's Maggie, and Ouch, That Hurt. Maggie takes the lead and draws off to win it by 2. It got real tight for second. Ouch, That Hurt maybe over Miss Pab, who came from downtown Brooklyn to get the Shodo in 106-4. Six, Maggie was first. It's a photo for second. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 6, Maggie. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Central Banker out of the Hosh Chestnut mare, Casablanca Babe. A New York bred. Maggie is owned by Zilla Racing Stable and Dark Horse Racing Stable. Trained by the birthday boy, Ronnie Breed Jr., winning rider, Andre Worry. 5 outs that hurt second, 7 Miss Pab third, 8 She Loves to Move fourth. 6, 5, 7, 8 in the finale. $2 double 3-6, 67 even. $2 exacta 6-5, 73.50. 50-cent try, 657, 255, 75. 10-cent super, 6578, $250, 75 cents. 50-cent pick 3, 536, 108 and a quarter. 50-cent pick 4, 9536, $3,326.50. And the 50-cent pick 5, 79536, $5,087.50. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Simulcasting remains open until 5:30. The casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes tomorrow on an 8-race card that goes to post at 12:20 and a pick 6 carryover of $1,287. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stubiel, thanking you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:20. Until then, please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.